Oil. Oil, chat. Oil. Let's get some music back on. Oil. We can do whatever we want in this life as long as we have the oil to back it up. Good morning, everybody. It's a pretty chilly Thursday morning. Oil. John, what do you know about oil? We're going to be doing some oil experiments today. I'm interested to jump back into oil painting. I have a bunch of oil paints that I bought like a year or two ago. I'm excited to try them again. Heck yeah, we're going classical. I'm interested to show you guys that oil paints are not scary. They're weird, and they're very different from acrylics, but they're not scary. I've seen some crazy techniques with oils, and I've gone, wow, that looks awesome. And then I don't do them. That's my biggest problem. We need oil. Oh, boy. Save thyself. Hello, hello. How are you? I'm good. I'm waking up. I'm waking up. I seek to have the veins of rubber and oil through my veins. Mechanicus subfaction that doesn't have like motor oil running through their veins, but rather artistic oil. That kind of fits. They've got sort of a Da Vinci thing going on already. There's something there. There's something there. I thought about going and making a coffee, but I honestly have decided against it. I don't know. I feel a little queasy this morning. I don't know. Maybe I kind of move around in my sleep, so there's a non-zero chance that I just like punch myself in the stomach. Ugh. I'm at school. Pay attention to your class. Excuse me. Renaissance style Mechanicus would be awesome. They've got a few units that are quite like they look like Da Vinci's sketches and stuff, and that's where some inspiration for their units comes from, and it's really cool. But I wish maybe GW leaned a bit more into it. You know what I mean? Oh, boy. I'm excited. I'm excited. I've got 3 oil paints today. We're basically going to do an oil wash today. But we're going to compare that with the enamel wash that we did with our other guy a couple weeks ago. And we're just going to experiment and see like what works best for our workflow and what result we like best. Your system got the what year is it when we wake up sometimes? Good morning. Yeah. Yeah. I've noticed recently, I talked about this last night on stream while we were playing Tamagotchi. I've noticed recently, if I wake up and I've overslept like past 10 a.m., I feel like shit the entire day. I feel like garbage. It's not like a, ooh, I overslept. It's like a, no, my body's like, nah, you never did wake up. You're actually still asleep. fell in love with your channel because of the whole... Oh, ADHD, but yeah, no. I mean, I literally have ADHD, so like that's definitely part of the vibe. And so does Carrie, but like, yeah, that's a huge thing in our... Like, it's not hidden. I'm also planning to maybe go to the hobby store later today. It's a bit of a trek. I'm also going to see if I can maybe adjust something on the car. I had an idea last night, but we'll see. I'm also thinking maybe it would be worth calling AAA and having them come out, because what I did one of those slow chargers to charge up the battery, but I'm thinking, well, AAA has like the heavy duty ones, so might as well have them come out and be like, yo, could you just like give it the juice? Give it the juice real quick, and then we're gonna see if it starts. But if it keeps doing that thing where the lights and everything come on, radio's fine, but it keeps clicking, then that's the starter. And that's a bigger problem. That's a much bigger problem to deal with. My nearest hobby store is Hobby Lobby. Dude, okay, yeah. Oof. We wake up when we want, how we want, unless it's after 10 a.m. I don't know. I wake up and I'm like, oh, the day's already over. I already wasted so much. I'm such a piece of shit. Slicked back? This is pushed back. Sloppy steaks at Parati's? I was a piece of shit, though. Ezzy, good morning. Check, can we all agree that in Guilty Gear, Nagaryuki is like one of the coolest characters ever? What if we made a vampire samurai with the coolest looking helmet ever? Fuck yeah. Everything else is like an hour away. Yeah. The hobby store that's closest to me has like, it's mostly comic. Like 90% of the store is comics. Then 5% of the store is magic cards, and the other 5% is models. And I'm not saying just Warhammer. It's mostly Warhammer, but there's also other stuff there too. Yeah, it's a lot. What's next explaining Warhammer to my girlfriend? It's High Elves and Warhammer Fantasy. Lots of things on the schedule are delayed because we're working with a new editor. So we've got some like, hey, let's figure out. Like I was talking to them and they were like, oh, I don't really know anything about Warhammer, and I was like, buddy, I got you. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, bro. But it's been going good. They sent some tests over before we started to like really jump into it, and it going good. So it'll be High Elves Part 1 and 2, because High Elves in Fantasy, a lot of stuff in Fantasy have like really extensive histories, because yeah. It is also interesting working with a setting and a set of characters that... I've talked about how Warhammer is not a narrative. It's not. It's not. It's not a narrative. It's not a grand overarching plot. It's not like a... It's not a story, per se. It's Warhammer, across all of its different variations, is a set piece. It's set dressing for let's pretend our little dolls are playing together. That's all it is. This is why I say, in a somewhat cynical way, lore doesn't matter. Lore is cool. Don't get me wrong. Lore is cool. But most of the time, it is just, yeah, and then this happened. And then we move on. Like, it does not matter that much. It does not matter. Experimenting with oil of the null variety? No, experimenting with oil of the linseed variety. Need to finish up my Iron Wars Combat Patrol just to have the Termies remaining. Damn, good job. You got the Havocs and the everything else. Oh, damn, good job. Good job. What's your favorite faction in all of Warhammer? I just like Chaos, and it's not because of anything else than the visuals are really, really, really cool. But I've got a lot of factions. I don't think I dislike any faction. There are factions I don't prefer, and factions that I like over others. But overall, like, I don't think there's a faction that I'm just like, this sucks. Do you like Pathfinder? Yes. I'd like to play more Pathfinder. I played Pathfinder 2nd Edition like when it was first coming out, and I would like to get back into it to see how much it's been streamlined. And also, you have like Starfinder and stuff coming out. And as he was telling me, they've got like a whole booklet with the beginner box, and like they basically are releasing like a big collection of like, here's a beginning adventure and some anthology adventures from levels 1 through 4. And I think that's really neat. That's really cool. I'll try to get back to GMing once I got some time. Yeah, for sure, man. I'd love to play. My group plays Pathfinder 1st Edition and occasionally Starfinder. Wow. I don't know if I could get into 1st Edition Pathfinder. 2nd Edition feels much more my speed. I like Nurgle. Yeah, Nurgle factions are really cool. GW, I mean, you can look at their catalog and everything that they've made. Like, GW loves Nurgle because it's an aesthetic that has the most freedom of, like, let's do some weird shit. Yeah, throw a tentacle on there. Yeah, why shouldn't this Terminator have a poop vault? Poop vault? No, poop tube. They've got, like, a poop tube. It's weird. The new beginner box and follow-up anthology adventures are single deluxe Foundry module. Ah, that's really cool. We're all old heads who started in D&D 3.5, and we all like the insane rule density. Ah, I understand. I see. I have so many TTRPG starter sets that I want to play, but no one to play with. All my friends want to get into D&D, and I'm bored of D&D. That's fair. I'm trying to get into GMing Soulbound, and that's been the most frustrating thing about Soulbound. And this is not against like the developers or anything. It's just like it's something that I would prefer. The way Soulbound is designed, it is designed where you do not have to have a battle map. It's because everything is like based on zones. But I'm a very visual person. I would like to have a battle map. I would like a battle map. I want to try Lancer. It sounds wild. I genuinely don't fucking know what Lancer is. Like, I know what it is. I've seen the mechs, and I've had people at me and go like, this is what this is, and it's so fucking cool. And I'm sitting here going, what is this? Is it a TTRPG? Is it a setting? Is it a video game? What is this? I feel like Lancer, like, just fucking came out of nowhere. Yeah, I understand it's a TTRPG, but I'm piloting mechs. I get that, but I don't really... I've never seen anyone talk about it as a game. I've only ever seen people go like, and then this mech is something that we took God and then made it into a robot. And I'm like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what this is. I see a lot of memes about Lancer, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But I've never actually seen people discuss. It's like people talking about one-page rules. Everybody talks about it, but I've never actually seen a human being play it or discuss it rules-wise. It sounds cool, though. I want to try more games, just in general. I like having... Like, the toughest part, obviously, is having scheduling. Like, trying to get people around this shit and just trying to be like, hey, let's try to do something for a weekly schedule or what. Like, it's so tough. I'm currently in 2 D&D campaigns, and boy, the vibe of both could not be more different. Lancer has a big problem that if you're not in your mech, the rules suck. Why would you play the mech TTRPG and not be in your mech? I guess that's my question. That's like I want to play D&D, but I don't want to be a hero. I just want to be like a level 1 peasant. Oh, are you like a fight? No, I'm a peasant. Which I guess is kind of what Warhammer Fantasies is. I just want to be some guy. I don't want to be a hero or anything. I just want to be some fucking guy on the street. Lancer gives the vibes of, okay, you start after a 300-hour D&D game. I can understand that, because Soulbound is like that. Soulbound is the Age of Sigmar TTRPG, and that, all the rules and everything are like, yeah, you are already heroes. You're basically starting from like a level 15 D&D character. You're fucking powerful. It is a power fantasy where the challenge comes from like epic battles of like gigantic monsters or like incredibly tough enemies. The enemies become more sorry. Like the challenge of an enemy will go up in they get more mechanics that the players use. Probably why I don't feel a rush to get a campaign going. There's always 2 to 3 campaigns in the friend group going. Doing another one would be too overwhelming for people. Yeah, totally. This is why with the Age of Sigmar thing, like I only want to do like 2 or 3 sessions. I'm aiming for perhaps 2 because, you know, there might be some like, how does this mechanic work? How does that work? Yada, 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 you know? I think you'd like World of Darkness as a TTRPG. I think I'd like World of Darkness as I experience it, which is just kind of like I visit it sometimes and go, what is this? What's happening now? Nothing against World of Darkness. I don't know if... I don't think there's anybody in my group who would be interested in GMing World of Darkness. It's cool. Don't get me wrong, it's cool. I also, and this is a minor thing, not super into urban fantasy. I know that might be shocking to people with how much I fucking talk about Dresden Files, but like urban fantasy visually, not a huge fan of it. Not my favorite. I've heard of Perfect Draw. It's a TTRPG about trading card game a la Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Card Fight Vanguard. Sounds neat. Not really my vibe. Not really my vibe. I used to LARP World of Darkness when I was a dumb teenager running around the mid-90s. That's kind of fun, though. My first exposure to Lancer was this fucking meme. Okay, this is stitched together like a serial killer note. Shit, man, this mech war is fucked. I just saw a guy clap his hands together and say, extrication of the names of or some similar shit, and everyone around the unworthy dead him turned inside out, became intangible, and got killed again in the afterlife. The camera didn't even go onto him. That's how common this shit is. My ass is out here in my GM's Everest shooting a standard assault rifle. I think I just heard castigate the enemies of the Godhead 2 squads over. I gotta get the fuck out of here. This is what I'm talking about. This is... I don't think a human being has ever actually played Lancer. I'm being facetious, obviously. But this is what I'm talking about. Everybody talks about Lancer in this way. They're not like, I played a game with my friends and it was very fun. They're always like, exterminate the Godhead. That's what I mean. It's the same thing with fucking Trench Crusade. I've never seen a human being actually discuss rules or anything. Oh, man. Me, when I run a Call of Cthulhu and show everyone my sick and twisted mind, crazy straws are just called straws there. True, true. I don't know why I'm not super into urban fantasy. I think narratively, I'm far more interested in urban fantasy than I am visually. I think that's the problem. Narratively, I can really get into it. But visually, I'm like, guy in a biker jacket, but he's got like a magical sword. I don't know. There's something about that where I'm like, that's kind of lame. There's something about it. There's something about it where I'm like, I don't really know about this. My urban fantasy flavor is Percy Jackson. Yeah, when I was a kid, I really liked those books. I don't remember fuck all about them because I read them when I was like 10. But yeah, no, that was definitely an urban fantasy thing, yeah. Man, urban fantasy was really popular. You're not into urban fantasy because you're American and your brain goes, gun solves all this. No, I just think visually, I'm like... I think a dude wearing like a biker jacket and carrying like a magical sword is just kind of lame looking. I just don't think that... I don't think that looks cool. I think they look kind of like a dork. No, you know why? It's because I can't get over the stink. The fucking ick of... While you were in school, I was studying the blade. That's what urban fantasy fucking feels like instinctively to me. That's not the case. That's not true at all. But that's like the fucking ick I get when I start to see. It's cringe. I get the cringe. Okay, but instead of carrying a sword, have them carry a guitar case that has a sword hidden in it. That's better. That's better. The magical bikers are making me cringe, Dutch. You know what's really fucking dangerous in World of Darkness? A random dude with a shotgun aimed at your face. I simply tech it. GM, I eat him. You should watch El Mariachi. Fair enough. I do think urban fantasy is great, though, in one respect, because you'll have, like, biker dude sword, right? And then, like, a monster shows up, and he goes, fuck this, and pulls out, like, a gun. Like, that's great. That's awesome. That's hilarious. It's very funny to me. But I'm very much I love like classic fantasy type shit. Like we talked about this. I genuinely think if Warhammer 40k was more sci-fi, I don't think I would like it as much. Like visually, I think Warhammer is far more interesting than something like Star Trek or Star Wars to me. Nothing wrong with either of those properties. Well, depending on who you ask, it's like the devil is making these things. But like visually and narratively or whatever, like it's whatever, it's fine. But visually, like I don't really fuck with Star Wars or Star Trek. It's more science fantasy like Star Wars, but even then, like Star Wars, I think looks really lame a lot of the time. I wouldn't even say Star Wars is fucking science fantasy, because the only science fantasy part of it is the fucking Jedi. Everything else is like, pew, 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 pew. Oh, the trade war, Muka Shaka Paka. Like, that's all I can fucking think of. No, but that's not true either, because Mass Effect is hella sci-fi, and I fucking love Mass Effect. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I like the aliens in Mass Effect more. Maybe that's it. In my mind, the scale of like sci-fi I fuck with visually is like Mass Effect at the top, Star Trek, and then Star Wars. And I genuinely think it's because the aliens get to be more freaky. And you might say, but Ava, Star Trek aliens are just like people with makeup on. Yeah, but that makeup is really impressive. And then I look over at Star Wars and I see like, and it's like this little fucking spider face guy. And I'm like, that guy sucks. I hate that guy. That guy sucks. You want the fantasy as divorced from something you could see in your everyday life, it sounds like. I don't know if that's true either. Have you played Knights of the Old Republic? Yep. I love Knights of the Old Republic. Sci-fi tries to explain the text. Science fantasy says it just works. No, but like some of my favorite things in Mass Effect is learning like how the fuck does this ship like function? I don't know. I think we're just coming to the thing of like, fuck the broad generalizations. Fuck that. You know what we're going with? I just don't think I really fuck with Star Wars visually. As much as other things that I have experienced in the sci-fi and science fantasy genre. What's happening? We're discussing things. We're having a discussion. I think I'm thinking deeper on this. I'm the opposite. I think 70s, 80s sci-fi visuals are the shit. I think that might actually be the issue in my brain, is that I don't really fuck with that type of visual. I don't know. This is an interesting, like, speaking as an artist, I'm interested in this thought, like, this train of thought, because it's eventually going to be like, well, no, actually, visually, like, what is my problem with something like Star Wars? And I think part of it, and this is not to say all of it, but like, the thing that's kind of ringing in my head at the moment is, I don't think samurai are my go-to, like, guy with sword. Like if you told me like think of a character with a sword, it's gonna be some form of like knight. You know what I'm talking about? Like fully heavily armored, big fucking sword, right? Maybe a shield. I'm not a huge fan of the samurai vibe. Like, it's cool. I fucking love it. I don't know. But I'm thinking, because Jedi are so heavily themed after samurai, maybe that's like part of it. I don't know. I think different aesthetics are fine as long as they lend well to the setting and story. Yeah, totally. Like, Star Wars definitely has a very consistent design language. I like Star Wars and Star Trek and 40K all for different reasons. For sure. Yeah, totally. I can't think of a single Star Wars alien that I like. But I think visually Star Wars like has some really interesting things going on, obviously. It's fucking classic for a reason. Dude, I know if Carrie was here right now, she would be like, shut up, we're watching the original trilogy. Shut up. So the samurai Asian mysticism isn't your game? Do you not like the Asian influence in Cyberpunk? No, I love the Asian influence in Cyberpunk. Okay, so hold on. Let's go through this. Do you remember that moment in gaming where every single game was like, what if we did like ancient Japan? What if we did like feudal Japan as like the design thing? Like, remember Monster Hunter Rise? I think Monster Hunter Rise was like my peak of like, I just kind of don't give a fuck about this design. It's not really my vibe. But then when Sunbreak came out and it was like, let's do Monster Hunter but Medieval Knights, I was like, I'm fucking back in. But that being said, I still love Monster Hunter Rise. I love it a lot. All of it, not just Sunbreak. I don't know. I think this is just coming to like preferences. Visually, if you had to have me pick between like Sekiro and something like Elden Ring or Dark Souls, I'm picking Elden Ring or Dark Souls. You don't like Sekiro's combat? So no, we're talking pure visuals. We're talking purely visuals. Like, I think Monster Hunter Rise's strongest designs are in its monsters, because they went, what if we took yokai and made them into Monster Hunter monsters? And that is so fucking cool. It was so awesome. I loved how they did that. Dude. The fucking Platypus Kappa? Love that guy. Gos Harag, one of the best fucking monsters they ever made. And they did the red Oni, blue Oni thing. And it's fucking sweet. It's so cool. To me, basic knights in armor are kind of boring unless it has something else going for it. I think this is what we're coming to, is that I think, Pandora, you and I have the exact opposite, where I think generally, like, Japanese samurai type aesthetics, I need something more than just that. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just I need, like, a little more oomph. But I also do agree with you that, like, knight in armor, like, 9 times out of 10, it's so fucking boring. It's so fucking boring. I don't care. Me. That's why I think things like this is why I love fantasy so much, and not necessarily like historical medieval shit, because fantasy, you see, like Stormcast Eternals are like my shit. I fucking love Stormcast Eternals. Gos Harag is the GOAT regardless. That's damn true. That's damn true. Yeah, and I'm Japanese. Shocking we think that way. I don't know. I think also This might be a little embarrassing to say. I went through such a fucking weeaboo phase in my teenage years. I think that there is like still a bit of like in the back of my mind. I'm like, ooh. Dude, I went so into anime and shit and fucking samurai. I was like, samurai, the coolest guy. Oh my god. I went like hella into the history and shit. Oh my god. I like went in and researched as a fucking teenager. I was like, I don't need to learn how to do taxes. You know what I need to learn how to do? How the fuck does the does the leadership structure for the samurai work? I think that's also a little bit of it where I'm like, there's a bit of a association with it. You had a very Japanese period of your life. A lot of us did, of course, yeah. We're ultimately coming down to, hey, art is subjective. Isn't that crazy? Mine started when I was born, unfortunately. I mean, like, we're listening to Baiken's theme right now, and I think Baiken fucking rocks visually. And Baiken's like samurai as fuck. And she's awesome. I fucking love Baiken. Baiken's not a samurai? What are you talking about? I think art being subjective is what makes it beautiful in all honesty. Congratulations, you cracked the code. That's all art. Yep. That's it. The vampire dude is a samurai. Nagaryuki? My goat? My guy? But on that same exact process, like, I was literally talking earlier, like, dude, Nagaryuki's like one of the coolest fucking characters they've ever designed. Baiken is a Japanese lady with a sword, not a samurai. I can't. I'm gonna freak out. She's at risk of becoming too busty. Her boobs do be boobing around boobishly. It's a little insane. Girl, you gotta get like a, I don't know, get a sports bra or something. It'll help. People who have no idea what Guilty Gear are, like what Guilty Gear is, they're probably listening to this going like, what the hell is Ava talking about? No, you don't understand. I'm gonna put, here, this is the window I'm looking at currently. I need you to look at this woman. Do you see that? Do you see that? Nago is really cool. I love his relationship with Slayer. I think Nagaryuki is like one of the strongest fucking designs. Her title is Unfaltering Awakened Samurai. Yeah. Baiken is a Ronin design, if anything, not a samurai. I'm gonna fucking freak out. Baiken's not a samurai. I didn't say that! Yes, I did say that, but I'm not saying Unfaltering Awakened Samurai as you said that. She flips Tatami mats. So you know what's awesome though? We're having this conversation, and my mind in the back of my head, you know what's happening? That dude from Golden Kamuy. If you know, you know. That dude is one of the coolest motherfuckers in the whole plot. That dude is fucking awesome. Isn't Ronin same as Samurai, just independent? I have no idea. I'm going to chew through a table. You gotta type your explanation, brother. I'm not gonna call you right now because I don't have the Discord thing set up. My choice in Guilty Gear is always Testament because I want my opponents to suffer. I really fuck with what they did with Testament. Like, visually and everything. I think Testament looks awesome. A Ronin's more like a homeless samurai rather than independent. Do you know what this feels like, chat? This feels like... You called my Space Marine an Ultramarine, but actually it's a Blood Angel. They're totally different. That's what this feels like. Obviously, it's not the same because one is like a historical fucking, like, warrior, and the other is made-up fantasy bullshit. A Ronin is like a hedge knight. I understand. Samurai were mostly asshole nobles. Okay, yeah, so yeah, literally 1-to-1. Oh, not 1-to-1, obviously, but in the sense that we're talking about here, like, yeah, knights, asshole nobles, yep, exactly. And then fucking Ronin are like hedge knights. Yeah, for sure. Read my thing? Why? Hold on. Baiken is just a Japanese lady who as a child picked up a sword. Nago, who is trained to be a samurai, like legit trained. So you're telling me she's a Ronin, which is a samurai, but perhaps not as trained like a hedge knight. So why is her title Awakened Samurai then? Is Baiken just Dunk? Maybe. What if Dunk... Hold on. Also, Pandora, I think I agree with you in that I really fuck with Baiken's older design. Why is this PNG so small? What the fuck? She's a homeless bounty hunter. She throws firework bombs, flips tatami mats, and shoots someone with a gun before using a sword. Nago only uses a sword. Well, she's also at a disadvantage because she only has one fucking arm. She's more of a hound vibe-wise. Nago also drinks blood. That is true. He does have his other weapon, which is teeth. All Ronin are samurai. Not all samurai are Ronin. Yeah. No, chat, I understand. I get it. I understand the difference. We can get Ava back into samurai stuff, but we just explain, like, Euro Knight stuff, like hiding the meds in a spoonful of food. No! Samurai are fucking cool! Don't get me wrong! We're just talking about preferences! We're just talking about fucking preferences, bro. Bro, could you imagine Dunk the Tall like this? God damn. It is funny. Oh, okay, the conversation about samurai using guns, it was so fucking funny to actually my other anime friends in high school when they would be like, a samurai would never demean themselves by using a gun. And I went, you fucking idiot. Of course they did. They got guns and went, dude, this shit fucking rocks. Dude. This is awesome. What Gappy is saying in chat, what Gappy is saying is Baiken does not fight like a samurai. She fights dirty. Like, she's not the standard samurai archetype. Dunk the Tall just... Dunk the Tall's junk falling out of his shorts like Baiken's boob. That's... Oh, God. Sir Doug... My God. By the 7. What are those? You know what weapons they didn't really use in war? Katanas. That's hilarious. But again, we're coming back to like art because the visual of the fucking katana and then you do the fucking duel. It's so cool. So who cares? Did Samurai fight with Tadabi mats? Perchance. Dude. Okay, if I run up to... Okay. What is... A katana is a sidearm? Yeah, but what if it was really fucking big? Perchance reminds me of the Mario essay. Yeah. Chat, I've had time to digest it. I think, I'm going to say something a bit controversial. I think Samurai and Knights, Western Knights and Eastern Samurai are fucking cool. Oh my god. Oh my god, Ava said it. Oh my god. So brave, thank you. Clap. I'm imagining the Tamagotchi PNG hands, the fucking... Oh, speaking of, I need to see if that VOD is uploading properly to the VOD channel. 1 second. It's not. That's really cool. All right, Twitch. And then we go to video producer and we tell it to export again. If you're a firefighter and you burn a house down, are you a firefighter? What? What? Wait. Gabby, what are we talking about here? Gabby, you know what this is? You know what? Let's switch gears here. You're not a wizard, you're a sorcerer. Motherfucker, we both use magic. Like, it's the same shit. Yes, there is a difference. If you burn a house down, you're an arsonist. Yeah, I mean, I could set up the Discord thing if you wanna chat. Hold on. If you're down to clown. I wield the arcade, the rigorous study, and your blood is tainted because a dragon didn't swallow. I'm in a meeting, give me 5 minutes. Okay, because I feel like I understand what you're saying, but because text is text, I feel it's not necessarily coming through. I think I understand what you are saying about, like, Baiken versus Nagaryuki in terms of, like, you consider Nago more of like the classic samurai and Baiken is not. Like yes, there is a difference. It is a different vibe. Oh man, I'm checking the VOD and everything. Also, you might be wondering, longtime viewers of these painting streams, hey, are these intros normally this long? Yeah. We're chatting, bro. It's like half podcast. Let's see if there's any Warhammer news. Community paintings of the Red Terror. That's pretty fun. Black Books. Vostroyan Firstborn return to Made to Order muster. They're usually longer intros. Wizards are just mad everyone else didn't have to study for magic. They hate us because they ain't us. Hashtag paladin superiority. Don't paladins, like, get their shit from a god? I mean, that's sort of like, yeah. That's kind of like what a warlock is, I guess. It doesn't necessarily have to be a god, but, like, you get the idea. You get the idea. But you see, the Warlock is evil. Oh, okay. All paladins are bastards. You're reminding me of the Heavensward Paladin quest where you have to be a cop for a bit, and I thought I forgot about that. Remember how they did that, and it was just kind of boring, and they went, fuck it, we're going back to a tournament arc. And it was better. It was so much better. Final Fantasy 14. I don't know if I said it. D&D world building is so dog shit. Brother, I do Warhammer content creation. It's also dog shit. World building's really fucking hard. With that said, hey. I love Warhammer 40k. Do you know what the current, like, complaint everybody has right now is that Marneus Calgar is leading the crusade against the fucking whatchamacallits, the orcs on Armageddon. That's the big, like, lore complaint right now. But I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not gonna matter. Remember when 10th edition launched and they made a big deal about, oh, are the Space Marines gonna lose a planet to the Tyranids, and then the Tyranids won? Remember that? Do you remember that? Do you remember how they made a big deal about that, and then they made a book called Leviathan where they talked about that, and it was supposed to be a big deal, and then nobody ever mentioned it again, and it was just kind of like a, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then we moved on? Yeah, that's how this is gonna work too. When we recall what 11th edition was, we're going to recall the Armageddon campaign, and we're going to be like, yeah, so the Blood Angels deployed on Armageddon, led by a crusade by Marneus Calgar. That's what it's going to amount to. That's it. It's not that big a deal. Imagine weaving the arcane to create a whimsical spray of magic to tear kids up, and some paladin farts too loud and loses his magic and becomes an Oathbreaker. What the fuck, Gaffy? Excuse me. I mean, this is the 4th Armageddon War. Yeah, and we're gonna come back and look at it and be like, yeah, so the 4th Armageddon War, this happened, also Calgar was there, and then this happened, and then this happened, and nothing really changed, and then that was it. We move on. Also, this also goes to show who actually reads the little lore articles, because I saw so many people. Okay, let me hold on. Everybody has said, how can Marneus Calgar be there? He's like supposed to be in 8 places at once. This is to show y'all, you gotta read the fucking articles. Distress call, calling for all the Imperium forces and beyond, forces that would waste no time rushing to Armageddon's aid. Chief among those who heard the call was Marneus Calgar of the Ultramarines, returning with his fleet from fighting Tyranids in the Bastador subsector. You gotta read it. So much of 40k world building is just letting Dan Abnett throw spaghetti at a wall, and then the next writer pretends that there's no stains on the wall. What, you don't like perpetuals? What, you don't like Old Person? You don't like American accented John Grammaticus showing up and going, come on, Ol, we have to go into this portal. Worst part of No Fear. Holy fuck, dude. I don't give a fuck. I do want you to explain your biking thing. I'm calling you. I'm going to turn the music off. 1 minute. One minute. I've called him. He said 1 second. This bastard. Reed, you know the fans are illiterate. That's sadly fucking true. Welcome to Warhammer 40k. We don't read our own fucking lore. Speak for me. You're coming through for me. 1 second. Talk again.
Talking again.
Again.
Oh, sorry. I should really be talking more and more. Anyway, I'll start to keep trying to explain the whole thing.
Okay.
Naigo Ryuki is actually Yasuke. Like he like the thing just straight up is like, yeah, this guy is basically Yasuke.
Yeah, no,
He
totally.
was he was actually a trained samurai
Yeah.
in the context of the Guilty Gear world.
Despite what
Baiken,
assholes will try to say.
yeah, Baiken. Japan was blown up when Baiken was a kid.
Right.
So
Okay.
Baiken has no training to be like a samurai. They picked up a sword,
Okay.
and just by virtue of being a 40-year-old woman who has survived with a sword, is like, yeah, we'll call Baiken a samurai. But they're not a samurai, because they flip tatami. It's pronounced tatami, by the way. They flip that. They throw bombs. They have a bear trap attached to their arm via a chain, and they don't use guns because guns are banned in the Guilty Gear U. She fires a firework at someone. It's a firework launcher.
Right.
So,
right.
therefore, yes, maybe you can call them a Ronin. I don't think you can call Baiken a samurai.
So you're okay. I feel this is where our wires are getting crossed. This feels very similar to our Space Marine conversation from yesterday. I'm saying visually, she fills the samurai, maybe let's say Ronin archetype, whereas Naga Ryuki is more of your classic samurai, obviously with a bit of a cyberpunk type influence, especially in his mask, and also he's a fucking vampire.
Yeah, and Baiken fulfills the thing with the one goggle over the scarred eye. Baiken is femme Rurouni Kenshin,
Okay.
who is
I've never
samurai,
seen Rurouni Kenshin. I know it's about a samurai.
if you Google Rurouni Kenshin and
It's
you
the
look
red
up
hair.
Baiken, yeah, and you look up
Yeah,
Baiken
yeah.
in Guilty Gear 1, you're like, oh yeah, that could easily be like 1-for-1 a model. But like, I'm just talking about aesthetics. Anyway, yeah. Also, to the person who started bragging about sorcerers in the comments, you're bragging about generational wealth? Fucking die.
Cut his mic!
Cut his mic now! I'm going to go. Have a good one.
Have a good one, man. That's about what I thought. Cut his mic! Cut his mic now! The Council of Sorcerers will have our heads! Cut his mic! Oh. I would read more of the lore if it was consistent. Coco, I have bad news for you. Warhammer 40k lore, never been consistent. Absolutely never has been consistent. Do you know okay, here's how to live in, you know the image of the two dudes on the bus, and one of them is like looking out and it's like horrible and they're so sad, and the other one's looking at like a beautiful landscape and they're so happy and stuff. Do you want to know how to be the guy who's looking at the beautiful landscape? That is you not giving a fuck about the lore or its consistency and just going like, you gotta have a sort of like gambler's fallacy of like, yeah, fuck yeah, let it ride. Hell yeah. Fuck it. Fuck it. Squats used to be completely extinct. Now they're not. Space Marines used to not be able to be, like, improved upon whatsoever. Now they can. Necrons used to be mindless automatons who worship the katana as gods. Now they're not. There used to be chaos androids. Now there aren't. Like, this shit, never gonna change. Squigs used to be Tyranids. This shit, never been consistent. You just gotta be like, fuck it, let it ride. Hell yeah. Don't the Men of Iron still exist? There's one that we know of. Pretty sure Potemkin has cannons in his arms also. I think the way Guilty Gear reasons it is that they're not technically guns. They're like an other thing. I think that's the way they reason it. Don't the Dark Angels have a bunch in a vault? We don't for sure know what the Dark Angels have in their vault, and also that can change on a whim. Remember how the Terminus Decree for the Grey Knights was like a complete mystery, and then we just found out what it was? Remember? Like, you gotta have the attitude of, oh, fuck yeah, we ball. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Guilty Gear is okay with human experimentation, but guns are too far. It's a whole thing. You can go watch Wooly's video on it. It's a whole fucking thing. Wooly has a whole series about breaking down the Guilty Gear lore, and it's fucking wild. It's insane. Happy Chaos uses guns. Wrong. Wrong. Different. It's different. It's magic. It's not guns. It's magic. Let me tell you about the backyard, brother. The backyard, I feel, is like pretty easy to understand. It's just like the code of the universe. But you can also go there. It's a whole thing. I think a better question is, what did the Dark Angels not have stored in their vaults on the rock? No. You misunderstand. The Dark Angels vault is Schrodinger's vault. The Dark Angels have everything they need as the plot demands. As do the Vaults of Terra. As do whatever fucking faction needs what. This is something I've talked about in the Discord a lot. And I've talked about it on stream sometimes. But you gotta not take lore super seriously. And the reason why is because it does change on a whim. Because the way the design process... The way things happen for Games Workshop stuff is you get an idea. Let's say that idea is we want to refresh Yarick's model. Okay, great. We're going to put the model in Legends. This is the start of 10th edition. We're going to put the model in Legends. And it'll take us about 2 years to design and produce the model because we have like a timeline for this stuff. Okay, so we're going to plan for this to release at the end of 10th edition. Great, okay. So we're getting rid of Yarrick. That's the idea. Let's refresh his model. And then we redesign his model. That's the next step. The next step is the sculpting process, making the model itself. And then when we get a bit closer to release, we have the model made, and we've got the mold and everything. We've got the sprue. Okay, well, now we need to make some rules. Okay, well, we have some rules here. Okay, sweet, yeah. He's on this base size, and he does this stuff, and blah, 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 blah. And then... like a couple months before the release of the model, they go, oh, and also here's the lore. Lore is the last step in all of these things. The idea, you might argue, is like, well, that's like part of the lore too. It's like, no. The idea is, let's do this model. And then the lore is, how do we explain this? That's it. As a fic writer, I love the loosey-goosey canon. As an insufferable nerd, I toil against the cruel fate. You gotta get the fuck it, we ball energy. I'd love a Dark Kraken set or a Vulcan Histan. Okay, so you're asking... alright. You're asking... for a lot right there, because you're asking for a successor chapter to get any attention. A successor chapter who has maybe a paragraph of lore. Visually, I think they're awesome. I think Dark Krakens are really cool, where it's just, hey, what if we had salamanders, but instead of fire, it was water? That's fucking sick. Love that. Their whole thing is water and, like, oceans and shit. That's awesome. Love that. But that's a tall order. Best I can do is it is what it is. Yeah. Successor chapters kind of drive me insane. Yep. Yep. It's funny when you talk to some people in the 40K community and they're like, I wish more factions got attention other than Space Marines. And you go, what faction? They go, my special Space Marines that I like and I know about because I found their article on Lexiconum like 8 years ago, and they've been my special little blurbos. How much lore do they have? A single sentence. That's it. Yeah, you gotta be loose with the lore. Also, asking for attention to go to anywhere other than Space Marines is kind of like a fool's errand. I broke this down last night on stream, but 60% of all players across 40K, 60% of all players play Space Marines. Not they collect Space Marines, they play them. That is insane. That's a crazy fucking high number. 40%, that's every other faction. Of course, Space Marines are going to be prioritized because they sell the most. Historically, they've sold the most. They will always sell the most. And you know how we can thank that? And you know, we can literally see the timeline of how Space Marines were designed in a fucking lab to be successful. Because, historically, sci-fi and sci-fi adjacent things have always done better than fantasy. We've seen it with Star Wars. We've seen it with Star Trek. We've seen it with Dune. You get the idea, right? People fucking love space, right? So here's the thing. Back in the day, in Warhammer Fantasy, Citadel Miniatures, what would become Games Workshop, were making all these models and stuff, and they said, what if we did an RPG called Warhammer? And then they made Warhammer, and it was like, oh, wow, that was great. And then there was a character called Harry the Hammer. And Harry the Hammer looked like a generic-ass knight. He had a funny, like, evil shield and whatever the fuck. And then, as more editions were coming out for Warhammer Fantasy, the TTRPG, they then went, well, let's make a war game with miniatures and stuff. So they started making a war game with miniatures and stuff. And then they said, hey, why don't we make Harry the Hammer and make him into a Chaos Warrior as we know Chaos Warriors today, with the big horned helmets and the huge shoulder pads and the big flowing capes and the giant shields and the evil weapons and stuff. So they made Harry the Hammer. And this created Chaos Warriors. And Chaos Warriors, for Warhammer Fantasy, sold more than every other faction. So when they were making a little game called Rogue Trader at the time, but then what would become Warhammer 40K, a large part of the design process for, hey, let's make these Space Marines. Hey, we want these Space Marines to be like pretty front and center. We want them to be really popular. What kind of design should we do? Well, what's the highest selling design that we have right now? Oh, Chaos Warriors. Let's take Chaos Warriors and make them kind of sci-fi, but like take away some of the spikes and stuff. Oh, okay, yeah. So they made Space Marines, and then they made Chaos Space Marines later, and oh, they sell more than every other thing ever. Like, they were made in a fucking lab. Cut to some 40-odd years, and here we are. Space Marines are the most popular 40K faction. Remember, famously, a single box of Space Marines outsold all of Warhammer Fantasy for years. So thank you, Chaos, for giving us Space Marines. It's a bit odd CSM doesn't sell better than Space Marines, though. A large part of that is just kind of the vibes as well, because, like, well, okay, here's another thing, too. When people see Chaos, they go, wow, that's fucking awesome. And then they see, like, oh, wow, do you have to paint that? And they see the trim, and subconsciously they get the ick. They go, ooh, I don't want to paint that. But Space Marines, primarily, they're one color. Ultramarines are fucking blue. Blood Angels are fucking red. Imperial Fists are yellow. Like, obviously they have secondary, tertiary colors, but they have one very bold, very vibrant color. Did I miss the painting? We've only been going for an hour. We're just talking about stuff. We're chilling. This is the podcast part. I think the 60% play Space Marines number is a bit boosted because I would bet at least 10% of people going, I'm new, I guess I'll play Space Marines. Well, we know that's not exactly the case because Stormcast Eternals would be like the equivalent here for Age of Sigmar. But Age of Sigmar, if you looked at a pie chart, it's relatively even across all factions. Space Marines are just that fucking popular. Space Marines subsidize the rest of the range. Yeah. That 60% is also buying Space Marines. No. This is not sales. I need to be clear. That's not sales. This is data from like tournaments. This is data from polls. This is data that is like has been known for years. The fluctuation of the other factions has obviously influenced it somewhat, but for the most part, Space Marine players have hovered around that 60%. It's crazy. It's insane. It also doesn't help that Space Marines are quite literally like 7 fucking factions. You got Space Marines, you've got Dark Angels, you've got Blood Angels, you've got Space Wolves. You had Death Watch back in the day. You have Grey Knights. That's 6. We can take away Death Watch. Templars, thank you. So we're back to 6. Templars, yep. Black Templars. AOS question, is AOS even because of how many races come from Old World and therefore they still have loyal fans compared to Stormcast who are the new guys to AOS, and in reality it's more impressive they're keeping up with everyone else from Old World? No, because Old World people fucking hate AOS. Also, YouTube is filled with Space Marine chapter videos, but almost nothing on Xeno subfactions. I'm going to tell you right now, the reason for that is because Xeno subfactions don't fucking do well. Every time we talk about a Primarch or Space Marines, our videos do really, really well in the algorithm. And if we talk about anything else, the YouTube audience doesn't give a fuck. They don't care. AOS, Age of Sigmar? Yeah. It's also a self-fulfilling prophecy. They get more models because they sell well, and they sell well because they have more models. Yes. Yeah. Like, everybody says... like, I don't disagree with, like, yeah, Space Marines get a lot of attention. It would be nice to see other factions get into the spotlight. But there's also... You need to think about this from a business angle, which is... Every time we attempt to push something that isn't Space Marines, that is a risk. That is a risk. Which is why, oftentimes, whenever GW does a big risk, it is paired with also Space Marines get something. The meme of Space Marines get their equal attention cake, that is because it is a calculated risk of, hey, we're going to do something a little weird, but in order to not have this just be a fucking waste of money, we need to make some of it back. So here's another Space Marine Lieutenant. Here's another refresh on a character. Here's Pedro Cantor. Here's Marneus Calgar. Here's Captain Titus. Whatever. You know what I mean? But Death Skulls, Mephrits, the Ynnari, they're really cool. Yeah. Dude, the Ynnari extra pisses me off because those books sold such dog shit. Now, you could say it's because the writer doesn't like Eldar, and I would agree with you. But that was supposed to be a trilogy, and they didn't finish it. Yeah, Space Marines are the safe business venture. lore is so thin on the ground for other factions too. Yeah. But also, let's be fucking clear. Let's be so clear. If anything changes in any faction, any elaboration, the way the fan base is, at least currently, any change whatsoever is going to have pushback. Any change. I promise you it will. It doesn't matter if the change literally doesn't matter. Is why I don't care that Space Marines get stuff all the time, because I know it's the price to pay for Xeno stuff I actually like. Yeah. Okay. Straight up, from a gameplay model perspective, from a lore perspective, I get it. Like, okay, yeah, fucking Space Marines again. I wish Necron's got another book. I wish, like, more book for Eldar and stuff, right? Absolutely. I understand that. But we're talking about models and stuff right now. Just don't buy the model. I see people complaining about the fucking 11th edition box, and they're like, ugh, I'm so tired. Space. Don't buy the fucking box. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't want a rational answer. I want to complain. I get it. I get it. Also, why Horus Heresy probably won't branch out to a new epic. You mean a Legion Imperialis? I hope Calgar dies on Armageddon. Okay, so Gabby. Jumping off the point that we were talking about yesterday. Do you want to know why it's Marneus Calgar going to Armageddon? It's because I think this theory has some fucking weight to it. What was the most successful thing that brought in a lot of people to Warhammer recently? It was Space Marine 2. And a lot of fans who are new, who might just be getting into this, you know what name they're going to recognize? Marneus Calgar. You know why it's not Titus? Because Titus is too John Warhammer. We can't use Titus in a lot of things because that's too much. No, we need to keep him John Warhammer only to video game. That's it. And we can't send Guilliman because that's too much. So what Ultramarine can we name to put him in here? Well, we can't do Uriel Ventress because players don't know. People aren't going to know what the fuck that is. We have to send Calgar because that has name recognition. We can't send Mickey Mouse, but you know who we can send? Goofy. Goofy. People love Goofy. I feel bad for GW model team being shackled to making samey Space Marine models when you look at the weird-ass orc models and obvious they just want to go nuts. Okay, so we know that that is a fact because people who have previously worked for Games Workshop as a sculptor have straight up said, oh yeah, when people got put on AOS projects, that was the shackles, the genie shackles at the end of the fucking movie come off. And they go, oh my god, I'm free. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Oh my god. We're sending Goofy to the near hell. Yes. Didn't he just become captain of the Ultramarines again for some reason? Titus? Yeah. Okay, this goes back to what we were talking about before. You just gotta go, fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Sure. People freaked out when Sisters of Battle powers got switched from accidental psyker powers to actual belief miracles that work next to Blackstone, and people lost their shit for like no reason. Yeah, again, you gotta be like, oh, okay. You know the meme of like the conveyor belt, and it's all circles, and then there's a triangle, and the little character goes like, oh, a triangle? How queer! I must report this to my superiors immediately! And the dude at the bottom goes, I guess we're doing triangles now? You gotta be like the dude at the bottom going, I guess we're doing triangles now. The new Nightbringer Red Terror models are awesome. Someone had fun making those. I feel like we're going to see, because we... Allegedly, from Adepticon, there have been people saying employees were telling them that the AOS and 40k teams, that is no longer a thing. Like all departments are now working together. I'm assuming there's like loose categorization where it's like, hey Jeremy, hey Stacy, you're gonna be working on an Age of Sigmar unit today, and they both go, okay, great. And then they're like, hey Vanessa, you were working on an AOS thing last week. Could you work on a 40k thing this week? And Vanessa goes, yeah, for sure. Gappy sent me a picture that said how Calgar is gonna end up when he faces Armageddon's weakest grot. And they fired everyone sculpting demons. Dude, demons, okay. Demons need a refresh so fucking bad. Not their big models, because the big models like Bloodthirsters and Great Unclean Ones and shit, they're great. They're perfect. But the basic lowly demons, I'm talking Bloodletters, I'm talking Plague Bearers, I'm talking, excuse me, Demonettes, they need a refresh. They need a refresh. Dude, Bloodletters have mold lines in between their fingers, in between their claws. It's fucked up. I hate the Bloodletter kit. Also, I think they should use Total War as a reference for the design of the demons going forward, because I think Total War demons look fucking sick. The fact that Bloodletters models, the models of Bloodletters are more naked than the Demonettes is weird. They don't have armor, whereas in Total War they do. They have armor, they've got like chainmail skirts, they've got like gauntlets on their hands, and they look great. They look fantastic. But then you look at their models and it's like you see their little fucking dumpies and you're like, what the hell is happening? I don't understand. The Bloodletters and Demonettes look so bad. Only Tzeentch demons look kind of okay. That's because they're blobs. They're blobs. Flamers of Tzeentch look so terrible. They look so bad. Because of you, I decided to buy my first boxes of Kill Team, the Canoptic Circle, and Spearhead, Skaven. I hope to start painting the Kill Team this week. Good luck! Necrons are a great thing to get painting. Zongors ain't blobs. I'm talking about the fucking demons, not the beastmen! I grab you, I shake you. We're not talking about the beastmen! Those aren't demons! It's insane to me that Khorne's little demons are so scrawny. Yeah, they could do with a little bit more muscle in their refresh. Okay, Sawi. Corner. Now. I'll take a Demon's refresh over a Grey Knight and Dark Eldar refresh. Whoa! Whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa! I would say Dark Eldar and Grey Knights need a refresh maybe a little more badly. Drukhari, I feel genuine pity for. Would you ever consider making a custom character for one of your armies? So, it's not up and running right now, but eventually when we start getting some of the chaos stuff in order, I want to have donations up to where you could, like, donate a certain amount and then you could, like, name a character or, like, name a model or whatever. I don't have that set up right now because I just don't really have the energy currently to, keep track of all that. Lol, that Grey Knight's got almost nothing in 10th edition, the Terminator edition. No. I would argue they had less than nothing. They got an upgrade kit. That's fucking ridiculous. I was talking to when we did the Poor Hammer game show. When we did the Poor Hammer game show, we were talking to Oh, I feel so bad. I feel so bad. One of our co-hosts was one of the other players was a Grey Knight guy. Like, he was a big fan of Grey Knights, and like before we started the recording, we had a whole conversation going like, dude, I feel so bad because Grey Knights visually should be so fucking awesome, but they look so dinky. They look so bad. No, not Eric. Not Eric. I wasn't talking about Eric. I was talking about the other player. But Eric was in that conversation because we were all like, dude, Grey Knights, what the fuck? What's happening, man? One Last Blade? Yes, it was One Last Blade. Thank you. Thank you. I genuinely think if I had gotten into this hobby, let's say a year or two from now, if and when, hopefully, Grey Knights got a refresh, I think Grey Knights would have won me over. I'm being so fucking for real. I think it would have been Grey Knights. I think the vibe of Grey Knights is awesome. I love the knight helmet. This goes back to what we were talking about earlier. I love the knight vibe. I love that they hunt demons. I love magic. Do you want to know why it was Ultramarines? It's so simple. Some of you might not know this. Here's the reason why I'm painting Ultramarines. My favorite color's blue. That's simply what it is. It's as simple as that, baby. Okay. I'm going to go use the washroom and then get some water, and then we'll get started. We have some trim to do. Shouldn't be too bad. And then we're going to get into experimenting with some oil. Even at 9th, they were a pretty good army to start collecting. Good point to dollar ratio, easy to paint, and their 9th edition Combat Patrol was one of the best with Drukhari and Gene Stealer cults. Yep. Yep. He could have easily fell to Chaos and picked Night Lords. No, I think Night Lords look kind of stupid. That was that was my biggest hurdle. They look kind of dumb. Washroom Canadian spotted? Nope. It's because Carrie is influencing me. Fingers crossed, Grey Knight's getting an update in 11th. I agree. And I set up the camera. Hold up. Be right back, and then we'll get painted. I'm back. Does anybody have any recommendations for a camera that is pretty affordable? Like, if I had to give a budget number, I'd say, like... Excuse me, sorry. If I had to give a budget number, I'd say, like... anything over $100 is a little steep, but manageable. What type of camera? Something for this. Because I use my phone currently, and it's not the best. Gotta remember that's a tax write-off. I mean, yes, but it's a little more complicated than just, oh, it's a tax write-off. Like, it's, you know, it's not like, oh, I get it for free. Like, it is, I paid for it, but I just don't have to, I have to report that expense. That's all it is. Another phone? No, I don't want to use a phone because this thing pisses me off because it just autofocuses on everything. I want to have something that I can control the focus. This thing pisses me off. Can't you turn off your phone's autofocus? I straight up, at least with the app that I'm using to do this, no. Do you know Vincent from Hobby Cheating? Oh, Vince V? I might be able to message him. I have my window open, and I'll tell you why in just a minute. But first, I want to show you my progress on some Death Guard stuff. So, you'll remember, if you watch and keep up with these streams, you'll remember, oh god, the fucking lighting. You'll remember this fine gentleman that we painted. And we went with like a super basic, It's like base coat and then an enamel wash. You remember him. Here's a guy I painted afterward. And I used a lot of like heavy metal techniques. He's a bit shiny right now just because of the varnish. But I would like to do an Ultim Wrap varnish. But let's do a quick comparison. Yeah, I gotta do an Ultim Wrap varnish on him at some point. Is it alright to ask for some chapter insignia advice? Sure. Do you think there's a way to salvage Imperial agents as a faction, or are they doomed to be Imperial soup and collectors only? I think they're doomed, currently. What weapon did you give them? I don't know. Some disgusting blight thing, whatever. Alright, here's what we're working with today. We're working with some Khorne Berserkers that we're making into Black Legion. Here's our control group. This fine fella here. This is the same techniques we're going to be using today with an enamel wash. The Villainy ink wash over it. But today, we're using oil. Oil to wash, not the enamel, we're using oil. But first, we gotta get that trim. The trim. So we're gonna be using liquid metal. And yeah, although I do want to base coat some of this as more red. So before that, let's get some Mephiston red. I need water in this, so I'll be right back. Okay. Would an Ankylosaurus adjacent skull make sense for a defense/heavy weapon ordinate chapter since Ankylosaurus were walking tanks? Sure. I think it's cool. That should honestly be your thought process for any of this stuff. It's just, is it cool? Because that's how GW thinks of it. That's how people who make all this stuff think of it. Is it cool? Yeah, do it. Okay. We're using Mephiston red just to base coat and double coat some things on these fine fellas. So I got to adjust all my stuff. I think the pro version of the app you're using has manual focus. I mean, another reason just to get a camera, because I don't want to pay like a subscription or whatever just for manual focus. I'd rather just have a device that does it. And also, I don't really want to use my phone anymore. One-time payment of $550. I don't want to use my phone. I understand that, and that's cool. I don't want to use my phone. I want something that is like a work camera. I don't want to use this fucking thing. I'm tired of the phone. Go a little more chaotic. We're gonna give this guy some, like, red. Woo! Do you want new or are you comfortable secondhand market? I mean, I'd have to do some research first. Before anything. I need the research. Is there anything we should base coat before we get into this? We need the skin. That's what I'm thinking. What do I have? Let's go. I know what to do. Bold titanium white. We also have the skulls, which we could just do in Rakarth flesh. Still some pigment on this thing. That's kind of annoying. It's fine though. Much better. Just want to be careful to not hit things like cables. There's a bit of a... Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. We're fine. talking about this on Tuesday. Or maybe it was yesterday. I can't remember if it was during the Age of Sigmar game or not. I love Khorne. I like the World Eaters a lot. Not really a huge fan of their rules. And I would gladly hop into Khorne and Age of Sigmar, because I think their rules look really good. But the one thing that's stopping me, I'm not a huge fan of the models. I don't think the mortals in Khorne look very cool in AOS. But I will say, if they get a refresh and they look anything like those rot swords that Nurgle got, like I'm talking just like cool, great looking chaosy infantry, I'm down with that. I'll jump into it immediately. Absolutely. Any skin on you, my buddy? No. I understand there's some people who really like those older kind of models. Not just for AOS, but for like Old World or like Blood Bowl or whatever, right? But me, I don't know. There's just something about the new stuff that I really, really like. Also, just building them and putting them together and everything, I'm going to pick the new model 100% of the time. I've built older kits. I've painted older kits. Personally, I like the new stuff. Alright, the new stuff is a lot easier to paint. I have more fun with it. I find a lot of older minis have a problem where you get to a detail or two, and you go, well, what is this supposed to be? But because it's like hand sculpted, the sculptor might not have like really thought about it, or it's just kind of a compromise with the sculpt itself. But you know what I mean. All the details on, like, say, this World Eater model is very intentional. Would you be down with Chaos Demons getting partitioned to each god-specific legion? I mean, that's what happened with AOS, and I think it's really cool. And you can just basically run a... think of it as a detachment for running demons and stuff. I think it works there. But I would also feel bad for people who have collected only demons, you know? I would feel bad. It's bad to, you know, your miniatures are no longer, like, valid or they have to be legends. Like, it feels bad. Rakarth flesh. We're using Rakarth flesh on any skulls we can find, and because this is a Khorne Berserker mini, we're going to be able to find a few of them. Some of them are quite hard to reach, actually. I'm not super concerned about a super clean coat, because it is a skull, but like I want it to be pretty much mostly this color. I think Chaos Demons as a faction has always been really weird. They've either really not worked or they've been super overpowered historically across 40k and fantasy. Fantasy, they've been pretty overpowered sometimes. But the hardest thing is to really get them to work, and you know, like they made Be'lakor, and he's part of the demons range. But in AOS, he's just kind of in Slaves to Darkness. And Slaves to Darkness doesn't use demons. But if you use Be'lakor's army, like you get into a Army of Renown, which is basically like here's a detachment, and you can only use these specific models, you know? You can use demons and Slaves to Darkness, and it's pretty cool. But you can only use specific ones, and that part is a little meh. You know? Like, you can't use Plague Bearers, I think. You can use, like, Bloodletters and Beasts of Nurgle and I think Flamers of Tzeentch or something. And, like, nothing else. It's really weird. It's really, really strange. Okay, again, we don't want the skulls to be super duper clean because it is a little weird seeing, like, bleached skulls on minis and stuff like that. And if there's any, like, speckles or, like, dirty looking patches and stuff on them, like, that's fine. You can just be like, oh, it's dirt, whatever. It's a skull on a warrior who's, like, going raw, kill, maim, burn, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. As for his white arm, we're gonna do a thin coat of Rakarth's flesh over that, and then we're gonna use a contrast paint over that to give it a bit of depth. Actually, you know what? No, we're doing an oil test. We're just gonna base it on Rakarth's flesh, and then we're gonna see what happens after that. Today's all about experimentation. But this guy, we're going to give him a Caucasian skin tone. And I'm using Rakarth's flesh rather than a normal skin tone. Well, Rakarth's flesh is a skin tone, but it's like very pale. Because in my mind, Chaos Space Marine should be like kind of sickly looking. Especially Khorne Berserkers, like these guys, I imagine, you know, they're all chaos and tainted, right? So like, why would they look healthy? Why would they have like warmth to their skin? They would look weird and decrepit and kind of scary looking. We're just going to get that base coat of Rakarth's flesh on there. And then we're going to look and hunt for any more skulls across both these fellas. And if there are more skulls, we'll paint them. And if there's not, great. Then we're done, and then we move on to the trim. Trim, of course, with any Chaos Space Marine project, takes by far the longest thing. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. Because if I'm painting like this, oh yeah, you're gonna be able to see that way better. Oh my god. Followers of Chaos and Demons are notoriously bad skin because Chaos isn't aware of skincare tragically. Yeah. Okay. Skull check. Belts, backpack. Yep. You. We're gonna make these. No, we'll keep them like a... Well, no. I want to make these like kind of horns. Like kind of bony. So we're going to add some Rakarth's flesh to these. artist once said, if you're going to use a color, that color should go everywhere. Now, did that artist mean literally put it everywhere? No. But if you're going to use a color, you should use it more than just for one little thing. You can use it as a shadow. You can use it to darken or lighten colors. But you should use it more than just like buying a paint, because like, oh, this specific thing, like I only use this paint for eye lenses or whatever. Like, there are other things we can do here, you know? As far as skulls go, I think that's it for this fine fella. Which means it's time for the gold. So the way we're gonna do this is we need to use a alcohol-based paint from Vallejo. It is called Liquid Metal Gold. The label is missing. Well, it's like rubbed off, but this is gold. Not old gold, not rose gold, gold. Just normal gold. And you need to shake the ever-loving crap out of it. There it is. I use a special set of brushes when we do these steps because, as you can see, like they get ruined. You gotta use specific brushes. And we're using isopropyl alcohol to thin the paint. Because again, alcohol based. Make sure you do this with a well-ventilated area next to a window or something. You don't want lung cancer. You really, really, really want to shake this up. Okay. Little more. If you ever think you're done shaking, shake a little more. Okay. Liquid metal gold. Here we go. Alrighty. Gonna be pretty generous. Remember, don't use water with this because it's not gonna help at all. Okay. Here we go. Look how easy that's going on. You gotta be careful because it is liquidy. So you treat it differently than you would a normal paint. But same process. Carefully go through. This is all one coat. We'll do 2 coats if it really needs it, but frankly, I don't think we're gonna. Look at this. It feels like cheating. It really does. It really feels like cheating. Just being able to completely cover something like this so easily. A little bit gets somewhere I don't want it. That's okay. You can always clean up later. Look at that. Axe done. Well, axe head, I should say. Careful, careful, careful. A lot of these details, especially for like the engraved, or I guess embossed corn symbol, I'm literally just like tapping the brush. And the paint is coming off so easily that I can just tap, tap, tap. Look at that. Easy. I've never worked with an easier metallic in my life. Now again, it is an alcohol-based paint, so it's a little different than acrylics. But I like this paint a lot. Probably my favorite gold ever. Easy. Imagine doing this with Custodes. Imagine. Sanguinary Guard. Stormcast Eternals. This gold. Just going over all of it. My god. Be a little careful as we get to the mask. Just because, you know, don't want to go over details we've already gone over. Being careful. Chat. I'm currently, not right now obviously, but in 14 I'm trying to farm the second Endwalker Alliance raid for the purpose of getting the Fending chest piece to get a fashion, a glamour going. And it's been frustrating because it's not current content, so like nobody is doing it. But, you know, just takes a bit of patience. Like painting. You gotta be patient. Look at that. Imagine if this was a full corn berserker, like we're already halfway there, you know? That's crazy. The critically acclaimed MMO FF14 now free to play up to Shadowbringers expansion. Yes. I'm finally getting back in. And Carrie is also going to be getting back in. And we might stream Endwalker, because she hasn't played it yet. I'm going to be so aggressive on anti-spoiler stuff. Now granted, the FF14 community is quite good with that sort of thing, but still. I'm going to be pretty aggressive in chat if and when we plan to stream it. I like 14 a lot. I like it a lot. A little bit got on the red. That's okay. We can touch up in a bit. Now, this paint takes a little longer to cure. Not dry, cure. There is a difference. Acrylic paints are the same way. It might be dry to the touch, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's fully cured. So, once this is done, touching up actually helps us in the long run because it'll give that paint a little more time to cure so that our next steps with the white spirits and the oils won't be super duper harsh. And the paint will be a little more resistant to what we're going to be doing to it. Like, look at that. Already done. Helmet. And if I were using acrylics, I would have probably gone 2 or 3 coats on that because golds are pretty hard to work with. Silver's not so much, but gold's definitely very difficult to work with. Let's get this part of the axe. But yeah, had this paint not existed, I definitely would have picked a different army for us to be doing a community thing on. Because, I mean, maybe it would have ended up being Chaos anyway, because the purpose of the milestone was almost like a torture thing, right? But unfortunately for all of you, I like Chaos. I like it a lot. Also gives me an excuse to have a project that I want to work on. And I know I haven't streamed too much of this Chaos Army because I honestly just didn't want to really get burnt out. And I wanted to improve my skills in other things. There are other projects I have in mind or ideas I get in my head. And I go, you know what? I want to paint some Death Guard today. Or I want to paint a Goblin today, you know? get one of these shoulder pads painted gold. Well, the trim anyway. I have a friend who plays Custodes, and the new Black Templar detachment makes me want to reenact King Arthur versus the Black Knight with him. Tell me about the new detachment. I didn't read through all of them, but I saw a few. And a few of them I was like, ooh. Is this one of the named CSM? No, the only names we have... I want to add names to the bottom of them later, but... right now, this fella is nameless. I just thought of something. It would be really funny and perfectly in line to have a Tzeentch sorcerer named, like, Galathor the Nameless. Because you hear that and you're like, what? But he's nameless. Yes. Or is he? I think that's pretty fun. New Black Templar detachment just turbocharges a Emperor's Champion into one entire brick shithouse. That's awesome. That's so fun. Hey, I love Terminators a lot. How viable are Terminators in like a Black Templar? Because I know Black Templars are all about the melee, right? And now we have Assault Terminators again. Well, refreshed Assault Terminators. How do they look in Black Templars? Do they have like a specific detachment that really buffs them? I know this is a silly thing to ask on the cusp of 11th edition, but I just thought I would ask. Black Templars, I think, are really cool visually. I really think they embody a lot of, like, what... I mean, this is why they were, like, on the box for 3rd edition and why so many people fell in love with them. They embody so much of what the Imperium is. Of, like, the religious cult. Incredibly angry. Intolerant of everybody. I was about to say it's going to be hard to say going forward, but I should mention I'm not actually a Black Templar player yet. I understand. Could somebody go on Wahapedia and let me know if there's like a specific detachment within Black Templars in right now, 10th edition, that maybe buffs some of their stuff? I do want to make them Monty Python Black Knights. Hell yeah. I mean, that's kind of the vibe. Like, they're kind of dumb. But, like, that's not a bad thing, you know what I mean? Like, I feel when people hear, like, X faction is dumb or blank character is so dumb, it's easy, you know, because when you say that, it sounds rude. But I need to be clear. When I say Black Templars are stupid, I'm like, yeah, that's what I love about them. I love that they're dumb. It's perfectly in line with the Imperium. Oh, yeah. It's coming together. Tyrannid's got a new Lictor-based attachment. That's cool. I like me some Lictors. I like my... I don't have one, but... The Death Leopard. I love the Death Leopard. Ava. Ava. See, the gold's starting to separate a little bit, so here's what we're gonna do. Gonna make sure this is tight. Shake again. We're gonna get some more paint. Death Leaper was mentioned in the detachment. I mean, yeah, it's like a... It's a... Basically a named lictor. It's a specialized lictor, you know? So looks like there's only a couple stray enhancements that even mention Terminators available to Black Templars, and those are the Space Marine supplement. Ah, I understand. Okay. I was just curious. I've named this Death Leopard, Death Leaper, God. I'm probably dyslexic. I hear Bricky charging over. Listen. It's fine. He can be mad that I have a better name for this unit that GW named. I understand they leap. I get it. I understand. But I think Death Leopard is such a cooler name. I was thinking lepers and leprosy. Yeah. If it was called a Death Leper and not a Death Leaper, I think that'd be a much cooler name. And then we get Von Ryan's Leapers, and I'm like, what's happening here? Hormagaunt, Termagaunt, Carnifex, Tyrannifex, Von Ryan's Leaper. What? What's happening? Dude, he's really coming together. He looks awesome. I'll make this little pipe thing back here. We're gonna make this gold. Why not? Get a bit of gold on that backpack. Make all these spikes gold. Because Chaos is just a little eccentric like that. They love gold. I love Black Legion. I love the fact that they're basically just Chaos Deathwatch. It's so cool. Just walk up to a warband and be like, hey, you're pretty small. Join us. You do not have a choice. Oh, okay. Good. Ooh, a little too much. That's okay, though. Yeah, we can touch that up. No problem. Any other well, we've got the gauntlet here. Trim on this. Okay, that's him done. Next guy. So we got the heavy melee weapon guy done. And this is just a generic bolter boy. I still have a bunch of legionary bodies left over. So if I wanted to do like a lot of chain swords, or chain axes rather, or if I wanted to go bolters, I could definitely do that. As it stands though, CSM is a pretty melee focused army. Like you can build into ranged if you really wanted to, but for the most part you want to be in melee. You want to be in melee. Every turn that you're not in melee, you should be asking, why am I not in melee? Honestly, the hardest part about the Corn Zerkers is to remember to get every side of the bunny ears. They're just so large. I'm surprised Tzeentch hasn't decided to absorb the Alpha Legion. I mean, Alpha Legion being undivided fits, in my opinion. Like, obviously they're all tricksy and stuff, but they went with Thousand Sons, who are much more magical than they are. And Tzeentch's whole thing is magic, so, you know. It's pretty cool. But every god gets one legion, and the rest are just undivided whatevers. Everybody's hyping up Vashtor. But, you know, he hasn't really done anything. Shows up for an end of edition campaign, does a thing, never does anything again. Goodbye. I've completed my grand scheme, but you didn't do anything. Goodbye. Yeah, the Alpha Legion being like white collar, or white glove, traders is really interesting, I think. The idea that they're equally trying to help and dismantle the Imperium is really interesting. They're really on nobody's side. His scheme was to annoy Be'lakor, but he didn't even succeed in that because Be'lakor showed up and kicked his ass and then left. Be'lakor in that moment practically went like, by the way, I still exist. Bye. You're trying to replace me? Nuh-uh. I'm gonna go over to AOS where I'm more plot relevant, but not by much. Although he's somewhat plot relevant in AOS. He basically made a Diet Stormcast out of a Chaos guy. It's crazy. Everybody wants this Stormcast ability. Sigmar really figured it out. And everybody was like, dude, respawning warriors? That's awesome. Now you might be saying, what about demons? Well, the problem with demons is that there are ways to banish them or to prevent their summoning entirely. So it's more reliable to have a warrior that you can just like send out into the field, they die, and then they're back. Does AOS have an ongoing plot? I never hear any updates to the overarching AOS story. It does. And unlike GW's other settings, it actually has a plot that is progressing. Famously, the second edition event was something called the Soul Wars. Now, normally, for a thing, that would just be like an event, and it's like, oh, it's like ghosts, right? But no, the end of edition thing saw Nagash. Let's call it a Pyrrhic victory. He got a Pyrrhic victory over everybody and changed how the realm of death works. Not like, oh, it's a little different. Like, no, he changed how, like, magic behaved. And that's just part of the lore now. That's part of the story. It's neat. I like it. Oh, I forgot about the little tiny trim on the backpack here because they've got like little plugs. Yeah, he inverted all of Shyish, which, for those who aren't aware of AOS, basically what that means is a realm. Let's take this as a realm, right? Here's the center of a realm, and the realms like expand. They're a big disc world, and all the magic from the center, it's all stable in the center, and it extends outward. So all the stable magic is in the center and extends outward. But the way Nagash did it, he messed up all of Shyish. He did a big undead invasion across all the realms, and he conducted this big fancy ritual, and the way it works is it's inverted. So now all the magic, instead of going out like this, it's coming in, and it's being siphoned into his black pyramid, which means that the center of Shyish is really unstable magically, and the edges are really, really stable. And as things are being sucked into it, different afterlives, different underworlds, different gods are being sucked in and going into his power. Hello, Vivi. Welcome. So wait, in AOS, do people just not go to the Immaterium when they die, or is it magic and stuff separate from chaos? That's only a 40k thing. The fact that like the Immaterium and the warp and everything, it's tied to emotions in the afterlife and stuff. No, like the afterlife exists in AOS. 40k has it weird. Fantasy has the same exact thing. Like there is an afterlife for whatever you believe in, and then you go to the afterlife. So it's not all magic warpy. I mean, the warp as it is in 40k doesn't exist in AOS. There's the realm of chaos, which I guess you could say is the closest equivalent to what we have in 40k. But even then, it's pretty different. Are you planning on making Black Legion Force? Yep, it's part of the community painting project. Part of the milestone to help Carrie get her treatment was to have me suffer and paint a Chaos Space Marine army on stream, and I thought we could have more fun with it by having things like people being able to submit character names via donations. Give me money. No, but like I wanted to give more of an incentive. And the whole donation name thing has been kind of put on pause because like you guys just absolutely annihilated the milestones. Like you got Carrie's doing her treatment, and we're both so incredibly thankful that we have such a kind community of people that even, you know, if they weren't able to give much, the fact that people were like spreading it around, like it was so kind. You deeply touched us. So once again, I've said it 1,000 times, but I will continue to say it. Thank you. I love Carrie a lot, and I'm happy that we're getting her the help that she needs, you know? And like I get a little anxious about things like video upload rate and the quality and stuff. I get a little antsy about that. A little anxious. But, you know, then we get comments of people going like, "Hey, love your stuff." The quality, like obviously the quality matters, but like there are people who, you know, they're like, as long as you're making stuff, I'm happy. And I really appreciate those comments. Because, you know, I'm a perfectionist. But in recently I've tried to alleviate my perfectionism. I try to keep reminding myself perfection is the enemy of good. If I were wanting to make this army, these 2 minis, like absolutely perfect, oh my god, we'd be here all day. I have things to do. So I have to settle. Well, not settle. But I need to learn how to be satisfied with, I did good. And whether that's like art in painting miniatures or art in the videos or lack of art in videos, I need to tell myself like sometimes I gotta give up something to get something that is ultimately better. Art for a lot of videos is going to go down. Some videos won't have any art from me, be that from time constraints or energy, or I just don't feel like it. Because I would rather a video release than go over every little detail and make sure that every little thing is perfect, you know? I'd rather just something come out. So like High Elves, probably not going to be like any art from myself. And that's okay. And I need to be okay with that. I'm not. Like there's a part of me right now that's like screaming like, you need to make the art, you need to make this asset, you need to make that asset, go. But then I look at channels like our friends over at Adeptus Ridiculous, and you know, I'm very impressed and not jealous. I don't think jealous is the correct word, but I'm incredibly impressed and blown away. Like they put out things like hey, here's the schedule for the month. I'm sitting here going, what the fuck? You can do that? I'm over here going like, yeah, maybe something's going to come out in like a week or two. Now, granted, the level of production we're working with compared to Adric is a little different because, you know, they make a lot on Patreon and stuff, and I think they deserve every cent. But, you know, we're making enough, Carrie and I, to get by. And again, that's all because of viewers like you. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, you know. But I look at that and I'm filled with like the Adric schedule. And I'm filled with not envy, but determination. That's the word I'm looking for. I'm filled with determination because I see that and I go, you know what? I want to get to that. I want to get to a point, at some point, where at the beginning of a month, I can put out a schedule and go, here's the videos coming out. You know? And in order to get that, we're going to have to give up some stuff. Be it art, be it maybe the videos get shorter. I don't know. But I think art is definitely the thing that's going to be the most noticeable. And that's okay. You know, there's going to be comments where people go like, I really miss the art. We've already gotten comments like that on Magnus, even though Magnus had art from me in it, just not as much as normal. And, you know, people have said like, oh, I miss the art. And, you know, I get it. I do too. But I would rather you guys see more Numbskull's content than see this is what Ava wanted. This is the perfect video that, and everything is just right and all the art is absolutely perfect and blah, 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 blah. And it takes like 3 months to make. Or it takes like one video, or it's like one video a month, you know? You're lucky to get a video a month. Like, you know what I mean? And I talk about this sometimes a lot because it's hard for me. It's hard for me to I have to keep reminding myself of this, and it feels like last night we talked about it on the Tamagotchi stream, and Carrie was like, Ava, you don't need to defend it. And I don't really see myself as defending it, but maybe that is what I'm doing. I think I'm trying to explain my reasoning, not just to you guys, because I want to be absolutely clear of my thought process, but I'm also trying to explain it to myself and try to get my brain in a place where I go, no, this is okay. This is fine. This is something that in the long run will be worth it. Because my perfectionist nature, I would want every little art asset and every important moment to have a little art thing, and every funny bit that Carrie and I do, I would want us to have just the most wonderful and perfect and great artistic thing and yada, yada, yada. If in a perfect world, I would have every video we ever made be like Valkia's, where I get to like tell the story through my art, and we have like a story time and a narration, and it's awesome, and I would love that. But that would take forever. That would be so long. But I'm okay with having Valkia be like that video that I made with Carrie, and have that be my favorite video. That's the one that I and Carrie obviously, because she did the voice acting for Valkia. It was the video that we got a little experimental with. It's probably my favorite, and I'm okay with it being my favorite forever because it was the one where we just like locked in, you know? We tried something new. But that type of video is not sustainable. Valkia is one of my favorites as well. It's probably going to be my favorite video I ever make. I love that video. And if Valkia gets a new model, GW, hit us up. I will paint it. I love Valkia. She's like my favorite character. One of my favorite characters in Warhammer. She's so fucking cool. Valkia video legit sold me on AOS personally. That's funny because that's not AOS. No, but I understand what you're saying. Like the vibe, right? I would say Valkia is very AOS coded, even though it's like an old world story. Does that make sense? Do you know what I mean when I say that? It's the vibe is the same. Love the VO from Carrie. I mean, she does it professionally. She's done it more professionally than I. I'm an amateur compared to her. But, you know, she would tell me that I'm her favorite voice actor, and I would say, no, you're my favorite voice actress. You're amazing. You're perfect. Because it's true, and I'm right. What would you want a refresh of her to look like? Any big changes to her design? We saw Festus recently, and he's got like the big worm, and he used to just be like a foot hero, so he's got like a big worm now. I think Valkia, I don't know. This is just a me thing. I like her more with hair. This is no offense to, like... Listen, I know there's some bald girlies out there who feel represented, and I understand. I had a friend in college who was bald, and she was great. Loved her. And she, you know, we had a lot of conversations about that kind of stuff, where she was like, yeah, it's a choice. I wish we got to see more people like this represented. And I was like, yeah, for sure. But I don't know. I think just as a design, for me, I think we have enough bald people in Warhammer. But we don't have a lot of bald women, to be fair. Don't have a lot of bald women. Give her a bigger base size, probably. Because, like, her model that you could buy, tiny. Fiery hair could look neat. I agree, yeah. I honestly, like, the design I drew in the video is probably what I would want. Even though that's not, like, super realistic, because I went, like, pretty, like, inspired by Guts and, like, anime in general. I gave her, like, the classic tomboy cut. You know what I mean? But I liked how I drew Valkia. I gave her, like, pretty lean, toned muscles. Lots of scars throughout her body. I liked the design I gave her, but obviously it's quite different as to what GW might go with. To be fair, her story is very 90s anime vibe. Yeah? It only amplified the story itself, IMO. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Do I have like a spare? No, I don't. All right. It's time to touch up. Firstly, I need some Rakarth flesh for some little teeth details and stuff throughout the model. Let's get some music on. I didn't notice we were not playing music. It's the end of the fucking world and we're playing music. Tooth there. No teeth on the legs. Sometimes they have like little horns and teeth on their legs. But not here. Do another thin coat of Rakarth flesh over the muscles here. Okay. I love Valkia. I love Khorne. Okay. All right. We're gonna wait for that to dry. It'll take like 2 seconds because it's acrylic. Now remember, here's our control group. This Dusty Boy. This was with the enamel paint. But now we're going to use some oil. Okay. Number 1 step. Okay, I'm going to walk you through using some oil. We're going to need some fresh paper towel. Okay. And I have a special selection of brushes that I keep in a little separate thing. I only use these brushes for enamels and oils. That's the only thing I use these for. A mountain of skulls to ascend would make Valkia look cool. Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think, I don't know. I feel like the vibe should be similar to Andrasta in the sense of like normal character on a heightened base, and I want Valkia's wings to be like massive. You know what I'm talking about? Also, fun demon prince. Okay. So, here's what we're using. I'm using 3 oil paints. They're all Winsor & Newton. This is Mars Black. Very powerful paint. We have to be very careful with this one. Sap Green. And Burnt Umber. These are all the names of the pigments. And we're going to need some Gamsol. This is Odorless Mineral Spirits. Again, if you're using these, I need you to make sure that you have a window open because I don't want you to get lung cancer. Okay. Where's my pipette? Here we are. We're going to need this in a minute. But first off, we're going to get a bit of green. Okay. And then a bit of burnt umber. Sap green, burnt umber. And then, okay, here's the important part. Mars Black, we have to be so careful. Again, this is pure black pigment. Be very careful with this, because we're just going to use like a touch of it. Just a touch. Okay. It's also like the leakiest oil paint I have. Like, look at this. So, careful with Mars Black. Okay. How to wash off your brushes when you have oils. You just do that. You're going to be rough with these brushes. You need synthetic ones. Do not spend like $60 on a brush and then immediately ruin it with oil paints. Okay. Gamsol time. Pipette. Now here's the beauty with oil washes and oil paints. You get to control the ratio of how thick or thin you want the wash to be. So as we're mixing here, we're getting a greenish brown, dark brown, kind of earthy brown tint to it. Now, if you want to be super duper safe and make sure that the paint that we've already done will not be affected by this, you would varnish. But me, we're experimenting here. You want to make sure it's thoroughly mixed into a consistency that you like. I think we're pretty good with this consistency. Alright, so the big thing with oil paints is the capillary action. Look at the paper towel here. See that? See how it spreads like that? It's like a liquid. But this is why people use oil paints for things like pin washing. Just going for the recesses. So, here's what we're going to do. Here's our Space Marine. Cover him in the oil. This is going to stain our surface. Darken our colors. And shade those recesses. Now you might be looking at this and going, oh my god, you've ruined it. This looks terrible. What have you done? Don't worry. Don't worry, it's part of the process. It's all part of the process. I just want to make sure the boy is thoroughly covered. Got the back of the head. Just make sure you want to get this everywhere we want. Which, in this case, is everywhere. Everywhere we go. Oil them up. Okay. This guy Look how clean he is. Look at that arm. Let's take that arm into account while we do this next step. Watch this. Spit, and then look at that. Bathe him in oil. So what's the main difference between an enamel and an oil wash? Well, enamel paints, while the process is similar, they're using different materials to achieve relatively the same effect. There's a different mixing process, there's a different type of pigment. It's different. It's different. I could not at the top of my head right now. If I had Jenny on call, I could call her and be like, could you explain to the audience what the difference between enamels and oils are? And she would be able to tell us, because she's like an actual artist. I'm just like an amateur. Like she went to school for it. I didn't. But look at that. Look how oily he is. So, we're going to let these dry. Good morning, my love. Good morning. Good morning. We have oiled the boys. Now remember, this is our control group. This fine gentleman here. And in fact, I could actually do some pin washing with this guy. Watch this. Here's what we're going to do. Okay. Watch this. You watch it? Instant recess shade. That's cheating. You see this? See this trim here? This gold trim at the bottom? Watch this. Watch as it spreads. You see that? All I'm doing is touching. Look at that. Easy. In fact, I'm going to go to a Death Guard mini that I painted, and I'm going to add some, what is it you're using for that again? This is just some oil paints, and you have to thin them with white spirits. This is the power of oil paints. So I'm going to go through this Death Guard mini because I would like some more recesses on, like around these rivets. And if you don't like it, dude, the drying time for oils is so long. I could put this mini down. Let's say I completely bathed it in oil or whatever, right? I could put it down. And then I could go... I could go visit my parents for 3 days. And I can come back. And I can take some white spirits. And I can wipe it all away. So these boys are going to be drying for a bit. We could use a hair dryer. Oh, we could use a hair dryer. But look, do you see the rivets? They're already dry. They're not cured, but they're dry. Already done. Don't use a hairdryer, it's going to blow. Well, on low. You're not gonna blast it. Oh my god. Here. While we have oil, why not use it for some stuff? I want some more definition on these Stormcast Eternals. I use an enamel wash on them, but I want some more definition in between, like, the pectorals and stuff. This is too great of a power you wield. It's just oils. We've been using them for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. But I can just go through and add little touches. I want more definition on this hair. So because it's so thin, it's a recess wash, right? So we're just gonna wash it. Easy. I want more recess shading on the handle. Easy. If there's something I don't like, I can just wipe it away. How long did it take for oils to dry? Typically an hour. To cure, several days. So if you want to do anything immediately, I recommend varnishing. So like you would let it dry for an hour, you'd varnish, and then you do whatever the hell you wanted later. But I'm just going through and adding some more definition on things like weapon handles. Or in between places I think the enamel wash didn't really get to as well as I would have liked. Just adding more. Now, I have here painted Hallowed Knights because I like them. The Burst of Oils is to make touch-ups over a long period, so I'm curious if that can be used in some way on models. Absolutely. 100%. If this looked like it was dry, let's pretend that it's dry. It's to the touch dry, feels like it's fine, right? I could take some white spirits, put this brush in, and erase all of it. Like it never happened. Like it never happened. What we're doing here with these Black Legion is we're waiting for it to dry, and we're doing a reductive technique. So we're adding a whole bunch of oil to them, and then we're going to take some spirits, and we're going to just wipe it away. And all of those oils will stay in the recesses. Now for this fella, I did add a lot. I added a lot of oil, which is fine. Let's take this for example, right? Let's use this axe as an example. Okay, see here? Axe. Base coated in silver. I could also do pin washing. So I just have a little bit of oil on my brush. Get a little more. Wipe away the surface. Get the writing. I'm just tapping. And the capillary action does the rest. Easy. Done. Now would be a good time to tell you all that there are white oil paints, because there's white pigments. So imagine doing like a librarian in Terminator armor with these, and you just touch it and then done. I want to ask your opinion on Kipash opinions. Kipash options. I'm making my Celestial Alliance chapter master from Torgaradon and Lion, but need a fitting helmet for him. Any other good picks in your opinion? Honestly, just like a Mark 7 type helmet would look really good, because if you're using Torgaradon as the main body, yeah, that'll look good. This is a Slaves Darkness model that I did not technically finish, because I did not add a brown recess wash, or a recess shade I should say. So let's fix that by adding one now. It's almost like the consistency of watercolor, you know what I'm talking about? Let's do this brown cloak. What model is that? I don't collect Slaves of Darkness, but I'm really digging that one. It's Slaves of Darkness. Is your normal Chaos Warrior. Look at him. Aura maxing. Aura farming every day, baby. I'm just seeing what this dark brown oil wash will do for the overall look of it. Because currently, for the ones that I have over at Carrie's place, I use Rhinox hide to recess shade everything. But I'm wondering if I even need to do that if I were to do this technique. So we're leaving that to dry for now. I also have the cloak that we're going to wipe off later. Okay. The oils are starting to set. I am going to bring out the blow dryer. Warning. You know what? I'm going to mute the mic. How about that? We're going to do two techniques here. The first one, I need my makeup sponges for that I don't know where I put them. Ah. There we go. So, this is just normal makeup sponge. I bought like a bulk pack for like however many dollars. This was like years ago. Now, it's not fully dry in some places, but you can see when I wipe, it's coming off. You see? So we're basically going to go through and like, in a weird way, polish. We're reducing where we want to see that oil paint darkening everything. So look here, you see how this top of the axe is like that? Gone. The reductive technique, baby. I did want to test something, because I saw someone online do this. They took an oil-washed Mini, and all they did was brush more white spirits over it. So we're going to test that really quick. 1 second. And what this does is it's going to actually take the oil that's on the surface already and diffuse it and make it go into those recesses. And basically just globbing it on. Okay. FF14 miniatures. I'm sure you could find some online. Well, they're doing that thing now where you can send in your Warrior of Light and have them like 3D print it, right? Okay, see how the cape is dry now? You see how dark it is? I don't know if this is gonna do too much because it's already brown. Yeah, it's not gonna do too much. This technique works best on lighter colors. So, nothing too crazy here. Let's see. Did this do the effect I wanted it to do? Kind of, yes. But I would probably go for a different mixture. I'll have to do more experimenting. this skeleton from a free box that I got, or a free mini of the month, looks a little too clean. Let's fix that. Leave that to dry for a little bit. Oh, we need to wash the base as well. Yeah, this effect is going to be a little more difficult to actually see on a darker mini. That's kind of why I want to do it on the Skeletones. Okay. Now, this is sort of the flaw. Not flaw, but like the quirk with oil paints is that we won't fully know the results until like a couple hours have passed, you know? So, best thing we can do is just wait. So, I'm going to set these guys aside. Here's my current Death Guard progress. I've got the soft shade and the deep shade down, and next is metallics and horns and stuff. so far, going good. That's something I can do while I wait. And it would give us a good thing to kind of wrap up with. I bought this before I knew the company was shitty. I want to see what an ultra matte varnish looks like on this Death Guard. I love ultra matte. Ow. Ow yourself. What company? AK Interactive. But, I mean, I bought it, so whatever. You didn't like their Auschwitz playset, Ava? No, I didn't. I think that was in pretty poor taste. Look, my throne. You can give me money to make more Death Guard. Oh my god. Give me money. Alrighty. Let's go. 5, 6. Stir the milk. Alright. I don't varnish, like, ultra matte my varnish. I don't ultra matte varnish my minis because I don't have an airbrush. But I want to, because I really like the ultra matte look. So we're just going to add a thin coat of this stuff. It's kind of like a wash, so just look for pooling and all that jazz. I'm giving it ultra matte all over, and then anything I want to not be ultra matte, I'll go in later with like a satin or a gloss. And then carefully pick it out, you know? But also, Death Guards strike me as like being kind of, other than their tentacles and stuff, being pretty matted down. This is also going to really affect the color, which I think is going to look really cool. I don't have an airbrush for this step, so Gotta do it the old-fashioned way. With a thin brush-applied layer. I heard you should avoid metallics for matte washes. Yeah, but like you can just varnish it again with like a gloss or something. You can always just add another varnish over it. Also, because it's Death Guard, I'm, again, not concerned. You don't want it to pool, because if you let it pool, like you're gonna get like that milky texture, or that like milky finish. You don't want that. Whoops. But I've got a thin layer over pretty much the entire mini. I'm gonna let it sit, and then grab another mini. Let's do the Sergeant. Some people don't like ultra matte varnishes because they feel it makes the miniature look too chalky. Me, I like that look. I like it a lot. Now for this one I am going to be trying to avoid metallics just because it's easier on a Space Marine than like a Death Guard. Because Death Guard, they just have the fucking trim everywhere, right? Today's just a big experiment day. We're experimenting. Ooh, it's drying. You see that? You see how much duller he looks? Yes, this is good. I might even do another thin layer over it. Did I send you a pink Emperor's Children model? No. I do not remember receiving any Emperor's Children. Woo! We're good, we're good. You slipped. Huh. This goes to show the Pro Acryl matte effect because the Ultramarine hasn't really been affected by it. That's really cool. I like that. Oh! Let's put it on the squig. Just to see what it does. What is the squig's name? I don't think the Squig has a name. The Goblin has a name. Don't give it a name, you'll grow attached to it. He went missing for 1 minute and bro freaked out. That did happen. It did happen, you're right, Carrie. Oh yeah. The Ultra Matte looks awesome. Where's my gloss varnish? It was in the other room. I've added a gloss varnish over the tentacles and the fleshy bits, and I don't know. I don't really like it. I think I prefer the matte varnish. Like, yeah, it looks icky and stuff, and like, realistically, they should be like slimy and stuff, but I don't know. There's something about that. Yeah, they look wet, which is like, yeah, of course, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I kind of like the when it looked like completely matte and dry. So. Going back to the matte varnish. Oh yeah, that ultra matte look. I don't know. It gives like a it's really dulled down the color, obviously, but it's also like I don't know. Like look at it. There's something about it. There's something about the just the look of it. I like it. Okay, let's check our drying, boys. Still drying. Taking a flat brush, and we're gonna just swipe down, kind of like what we do with enamel paints. Sort of see this as like a polishing step. Hello, just watched your Magnus episode. I loved it. Laughed when Carrie as a joke said the Thousand Suns would turn to ash. She knows. I think my synopsis for this painting experiment is I like oil paints a lot. But number one, I think varnishing is definitely going to be the way to go going forward. Varnishing, the next day we come back, we paint over with enamels or oil paints, whatever. I feel like we're going to go enamels because I like the dusty look. I like the dusty look a lot. Apply a little bit more matte varnish, and then we're gonna probably wrap. It's noon. Well, noon. But I'd like to get something to eat. Maybe go to the store. Maybe go to the hobby store. I don't know. I don't really know what I would do if I went to the hobby store. Like, I wouldn't really be going there for any specific, like, purpose. I don't know. We'll see. I want to see what this undiluted looks like. Fuck it, we'll just use this. Yeah, it's already really thin. I don't know if we even need it for like a Space Marine. Like, the Space Marines we've already made are already so matte in general. Maybe another layer on the squig. Why not that? Why not just another layer over Boingy here? Perturabo fucking hates me. I mean, now he's lore accurate. Oh, chat, did I show you the other Space Marine I got? Okay. I missed when you started putting on varnish. What's the purpose of putting it on a mini? Number one, protection, because our hands naturally secrete oil. So when we're like picking up and putting down pieces, also like if I go, oops, you know, like applying a varnish helps protect the paint. It also will change how the paint looks. So for example, I put an ultra matte varnish on this Nurgle guy. So he's like not reflective at all. And I really like how that looks. I really like the ultra matte finish. It's up to personal preference. A lot of GW paints dry satin. Pro Acryl's all dry matte. It's the only paint brand that I actually use that dries matte. Like actually matte and not satin. But like I just really don't like... I think the ultra matte look looks really, really cool. Music audio goofing, thank you. Here's the Space Marine I got. I ordered this on eBay for like $10. So that'll be fun to put together, you know? Yes, the shield can come off. But yeah. A lieutenant. I'm excited to paint him. I also got... Okay, this one needs an isopropyl alcohol bath. The prime fucked up. The prime fucked up really bad. You can't really see it on camera, but like a lot of these details are completely clogged. So I need to give him an IPA bath. I think I'm gonna just order a gray primer because I was using the Rust-Oleum white, and I think I'm just gonna order like a Rust-Oleum gray, and then paint white over it. Yeah, and then I'll just scrub it, start over. And we'll go from there. So yeah, I got this. I got these like a month ago, I think, but like I got them for a really good deal on eBay. But yeah. Check the varnish. So like this squig, because we used like washes and contrast paints and stuff, those shadows were quite shiny, but now look at this, not reflective at all. I vastly prefer the look. When we use enamel paints, it automatically makes them matte. Like the gold obviously shines through a bit because we wipe away that part. But like those armor panels are hella matte. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with our enamel, our initial technique of the enamel washes and stuff. I'm not gonna strip these berserkers or anything, but like I think we just learned today ultimately what I prefer. Because for darker colors like black, it's so hard to make something like the enamel wash really, or the oil wash like really do its thing. But when we use the enamels, because it gets those dust in the recesses here, that's our recess shade. It's the dust. It's the grime, right? But because an oil wash, you know, it's a little different, right? Iron Warrior looks like it needs to be power washed. I mean, that's sort of what I want the look of my chaos to look like, is unkempt, falling apart bad. But also because I've put so many layers of varnish on this guy in particular. Like this Death Guard guy, incredibly protected. Like nothing's gonna chip through these varnish layers. But yeah, Pro Acryl paints dry varnish, Citadel and Army Painter. I think I would even say Veo dry satin. Pro Acryl is the only paint brand I know of that dries matte, actually matte. I love that the Iron Warrior's in a 3rd edition pose. Yep. I have a lot of Marines that are in this exact pose. Good experiment. I had fun. I'm just going around dabbing some of the excess off. Yeah, these will take about a day or two to fully cure, maybe even longer. But yeah, oil paint's really useful, very versatile. I would like to use them more. I just don't have a lot of opportunities because I don't paint like a lot of like super bright schemes. But like, look at this armor. Super shiny before, and now I think I'm just gonna wipe away some of it. Just dabbing. And now it looks all grungy. And it's just such a good way to get some weathering on there. And the oils do matte down, like they dry matte. I'm just dabbing, wiping the edge of the blade so it looks sharper. Like the technique you want to use with oil paints is to put on your colors and have them be super bright, super light, and then when you use the oil wash, it's going to just darken everything down. Now when you're working with black armor and stuff, that's a little harder because again, it's already black, so you can't really go down from that. So you might base it in a gray or do what we do with the enamel washes and make it like really dusty in the recesses. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. I'm tired. I'm gonna go get some food, take a shower and stuff. Maybe go to the store or something. But yeah, thank you all for coming on by. I hope you enjoyed my little experimenting, my little secret horrid laboratory. Yeah, I'll see you around. Oh, tonight we're playing Borderlands over on The Gang. We're all playing Borderlands. Hey Gary, if you're in chat, you want to watch Witch Hat today? You want to catch up? I could Witch Hat? Hell yeah. Let's do that later then. get my paint station cleaned up and go chill for a bit. Y'all, have a good day. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.